started, and then I need to restart Mix It Up, but we'll go ahead and get started and say hi. Once, okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's going. And then, hi! Hello! Hello, everyone! Hello, Sonic! Hello, Lurkers! Hello, VOD Watcher! Hope you're all doing well. I hope you're having a good Thursday. I hope you guys are excited for the weekend when we get Mix It Up going up again so we can know about the redeems working. Today was very frustrating. Today was very frustrating. I don't know. I feel like I do my best work when, like, if I have a crunch period or a stress period, I feel like my best work. Hello, Standing. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I feel like I do my best work if it's just like, here's the things that need to happen and when it needs to happen by. And I'm just like, all right, cool. I'm gonna put on some YouTube or a stream. Don't bother me for like the next 2 days, right? I'm just gonna go into a cave and I will emerge in 2 days with work. And so that's what much of this week has been. It's like, okay, we have this deadline coming up. Here's the stuff that needs to get done. And then I went and I got it done. And a lot of today was dealing with people and helping them solve their problems. And I spent much of the day like riding the line of a crash out. I feel like I'm exposing myself here. It is a good thing that we work remotely because I feel like it's nice that I can, be frustrated and then take some time to compose myself before I respond to their messages. It allows me to filter myself and compose myself. That if we were in the office, there would probably be a lot more swearing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm doing okay now. Once work was over, I was able to relax a little bit. I was able to de-stress. I got myself a nice dinner. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration, hell is other people. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that's true. But I will say, I feel like hell would also be a room full of me over and over again. Like, if everyone was me, God, that would be awful. They say variety is the spice of life, but sometimes... Is that username? I don't know, what does it say? It says Neko Chisei. See, I think you're making that up. I think you're just pulling my leg. I think you're trying to get a fast one on me. That's weird. But yeah, aside from work, things are going well. I am very glad that I got as much of an early start on the Halloween stuff as I did, because I've got like 3 weeks to do that, less than 3 weeks. And it's progressing well. It is progressing well, but I'll be much more stressed out about it if I had gotten started later. I would definitely be in like crunch mode to get everything done, and right now I can still kind of leisurely-ish work on it. There's a few more things that I want to get ready to go. I need to sort of do my actual performance checks, runtime checks on the on the outfit itself, but I was looking at before and everything's looking good. So, you know, I think there's actually going to be a little bit of time to polish everything up and make sure that it's all the best that I can make it. So that should be fun. That should be fun. I'm looking forward to rolling that out next month. But yeah, I've just sort of been bouncing around a couple of the games that we've been talking about. I did build a really sick Corvette in No Man's Sky. I'm about halfway done with the expedition. Yes, that's right. The expedition. More or less halfway. The rewards themselves are okay. The stuff that you can sort of take back to your normal games is like, alright, it's fine. There's nothing super exciting there, but it's also, I don't know, it feels kind of fair to me, like they put all of this work in building out these ships. I imagine a lot of the team was dedicated to getting that to work rather than, you know, making temporary perk rewards for the people that do the expedition. And frankly, I kind of prefer that. I don't know, like, Star Citizen has events where it's like, oh, you know, here's this paint job. You get it from this event, and if you don't get it, it's gone. You just can't get it anymore. It's like, well, that sucks. So I do feel like if there's going to be limited time events, I would rather them feel inconsequential, right? I would rather they be something that I'm like, yeah, I'll do it if I feel like it, but I'm not going to be, I don't have FOMO. You know, if I don't get it, it's not going to feel like a big issue. But the Corvette system itself is actually pretty sick. I don't know, like, I really like, some people have come up with really cool designs, and I'm partially tempted to be like, oh, you know, what's a ship from some franchise or another? I want to recreate that because I really like that look. I want to make something that sort of feels a similar way. But, you know, with the expedition, I've kind of just been building as I go and sort of changing up the profile and the capability and everything. Saw someone make Optimus Prime's truck. That's awesome. I saw someone make Clippy from Microsoft Word because I guess the universe wasn't cursed enough. Hello, Mage. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good week. Hope you're doing well. I don't know. There's something fun of just kind of like organically building out the ship and just sort of being like, what can we do here? What's a neat design? Hope you will always be with us. It's hard. It's hard to completely escape your sins. I saw a really good comment about the Corvettes that I think makes a lot of sense. And it does make me wish, I understand why they don't, but it does make me wish that more space games had shipbuilding capabilities. And the point that he was making is that one of the things that the Corvette really lets you do, it lets you make the ship into a character or an emblem of your experience. You know, when you play a game like X4 or Elite or Eve or Star Citizen, you know, there are a bunch of different ships, and some of them will speak to you more than others do. You'll look at some and go, oh, that's really cool. I really like the look of that. I want to fly that particular ship, or this one does the things that I want to do really well. But the cool thing about the Corvettes is that you can make a ship that is entirely unique. It is a ship that is emblematic of your experience with the game, right? Which I feel like that is what makes the ships in sci-fi franchises really compelling, right? Like, there's a reason people love the Millennium Falcon so much, or that they love Serenity. You know, even in those universes, like, those ships are relatively common. You know, they are produced off the line, but then they become personal. I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm still, I don't know. I would say No Man's Sky is not my favorite space game. I think there's still a lot about it that I'm like, it's fine. But the Corvette stuff has been a lot of fun to play around with. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, been playing a bit more Warframe. A number of people in Jin's Discord have been really sort of getting into Warframe. It's been picking up momentum lately. I think they were showing off some stuff at TennoCon that's got the community energized again. So, that's a fun game. It's a fun game. I'm trying not to get into a farming mindset. I really just kind of want to play the game. I just want to enjoy it as an action game and not as a resource grinder, because resource grinding and relic farming is always what just kills my enjoyment of the game. I want to just enjoy it for the world and the gameplay. That part is what's really fun to me. You know, and I pick a mission, I'm like, so what do I want to mass murder with today? Do I want Mesa and her 6 shooters that fire at 1 billion rounds a second? Do I want to take Zephyr and suck everybody into tornadoes? Do I want to be Titania and be just a swarm of angry bees? I don't know, there's so many different ways to have fun with it, but I think it's really important to just not get bogged down in the grind. Which is hard. I feel like a lot of games like that can be really easy to just sort of get into systems and just try and play it for the systems and max it for the reward sequence, right? Rather than really enjoying the game for the game itself. Trying to think if there's anything else I was playing. Mostly just trying to sort of finish out the No Man's Sky expedition before it expires. I think I have a few more weeks, but I don't want to wait till the last minute. Yeah. I think otherwise we're doing okay. Oh, the other big thing. So the main stage event for the Dota International started last night. It's taking place in beautiful Hamburg, Germany, which I believe meant that it started at like 1 in the morning for me. And then, yeah, so the opening ceremony was at like 1 in the morning. So the first game didn't actually start until 2-ish. I don't think I actually saw the end of the game. I think I passed out before. I might have like just barely made it to GG and then I passed out. I don't really remember. My brain was clearly not operating at a state where it was like actually recording anything into memory. I was just kind of in a sleepless fugue state of watching Dota. And then I woke up at like 8 in the morning. I'm like, well, I'm here. So I just grabbed my phone and opened the stream up again. It was some good Dota. It was some very good Dota today. I don't know. It's nice. It's nice. 'Cause I haven't really been watching much Dota lately. I have not been keeping up with the scene or the meta or anything. But it's nice, like, seeing the casters that I know, seeing the talent and the commentators, and a lot of the players too. And just being like, I don't know, it's got sort of a coming home feeling. It's like, I know these people. Oh yeah, it's so much better live. It is so much better to be in the moment. Even if you manage to avoid spoilers and you still watch the VOD, yeah, it just doesn't have the same feeling. And yeah, unfortunately, at best, I'm gonna catch half of any given stream. I feel like I'm gonna lose a lot of sleep to do that, so it's not a good idea, but I'm probably gonna do it anyway. Whatever, it's almost the weekend. It's almost the weekend, and then I can watch Dota and play games and hopefully finish up a lot of the Halloween stuff this weekend. We'll try. We'll see. You'll see what we can accomplish. Actually, they're saying it might rain this weekend. If I get rained out of the bike ride, that would actually free up a fair amount of time. So, I'm not gonna hope for rain. I'm not gonna hope that my bike ride gets canceled, but it would also be kind of convenient. Man, we are almost to the equinox. We are almost to the halfway point. I do love autumn. I always look forward to this time of year when it starts to cool down. The seasonal festivities, the special drinks, the special foods start to roll back out. Trader Joe's apple spice cider is gonna be back soon. Oh, that's good. That is wonderful news. I love Trader Joe's apple cider. It is obscenely good. It's one of those things that I will. So for a while, it was something that my parents would get, and so it was like, oh, when we go to visit them, I get to have it. And then I realized, it's like, wait, I'm an adult. I'm an adult with a paycheck. I can buy my own damn apple cider. I don't have to bother them and drink all their cider. So I started buying it. But I do the same thing that my parents do, that I'll buy like 6 bottles at once and just store them. And I'll try and keep it topped up so that, because it's Trader Joe's and they have seasonal cycles on all of their most popular shit, because of course they do. Everyone does that. So yeah, whenever they eventually run out, and they actually had it very late this past year. They had it almost all the way into spring, which was surprising. But yeah, then I have a nice stockpile of it to last a little while. So that's good. Got that to look forward to. What are you saying? What are you saying? We're going some art tonight. We got some art to finish up, and I did get the thumbs up to work on the other project that I had in mind. So we'll probably start that on Saturday. I'm trying to sort of block out how much time we might need. You could maybe delay it a little bit, but probably wouldn't want to delay too long. Because we're gonna have the messed up schedule next week. I'll think about it. We'll think about it. Also gotta find some pose reference, right? Because this is one of those ones where I have like an abstract pose in mind, but I really gotta like start to crystallize it better. So finding some reference would be very helpful to that end. But that is next project. We still have this project to wrap up, so. Let's focus on doing that for right now, shall we? Where are we? Alright, I'm gonna jump over here. How's that look? That looks pretty good. Alright, I'm just getting everything set up here. How are you all doing, Chins? How's your week going? Oh, I know some of you were having not a great time. Not a great time at the start. I hope the week is getting better for you. I'm looking forward to the weekend. Right, there we go. Where are we starting tonight? Well, I see a little bit of scuff and rough right here, so I think that's as good a place to start as any. Let's hide this for now, so that we can get something a little bit more working. You know, one of my friends works over at Gearbox, so he has a long vigil ahead since Borderlands 4 released today, and you know they gotta basically sort of have shifts on hand to handle the launch and make sure that everything is running as well as possible, that they're not hitting like network issues. It's gonna be a very all hands on deck period for a while. One of the challenges of modern game development, of always online games, it's like it used to be get a game done and that would be, you know, that would be it. You would get to just celebrate the accomplishments. And now it's like, all right, we got it out the door. That's step one. Now we gotta do all the support, we gotta do upkeep, we gotta do post-launch content. It's a different beast.
Honestly, I thought I was fully prepared for the threshold in store. Stay a pretty eyes on course.
New game release is like getting a new puppy. That is actually incredibly accurate metaphor. That is incredibly apt. Hello, Tisha. Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. You're having a good week. winding down, getting to the weekend soon. Now, and hello. I hope you're also having a good Thursday. Welcome. We'll had soda for the first time in 5 years. Dang. The day. I very rarely drink soda. I will allow myself one now and again, but I try not to make a habit of it. That said, there are plenty of other sugary drinks that I do drink, so I'm not exactly like free of sin. I don't know, it's mostly the corn syrup that I'm just like, get that shit out of here. What soda heralded your triumphant return? Rude. For some reason my mouse speed keeps resetting to the lowest possible. I don't know if I'm hitting the button and not realizing it, or if it's just doing something on its own, but it's annoying. I wish it would stop. I wish it would stop that. There's a blue lemon flare. So it says contains no juice. You know what? I appreciate the honesty. One of my like lemon juice or cranberry juice more than soda. I think that's fair. I think especially depending on the soda. Okay, so a bit of a hot take, I suppose. Might be a bit hot. I think soda's too sweet. I found I kind of like letting soda flatten a little bit. The other day, I had a Dr. Pepper. Now I don't want to hear all your Dr. Pepper takes and slander. It's not why I bring it up. But I have a Dr. Pepper, and I poured the can out, and I thought about it for a minute, and then I threw some water in, just like a few extra ounces, like 4 or 6 ounces. I think it was actually better. I think it was actually better than if I had just drank it normally. I don't know, it was like a bit of a softer flavor. It wasn't quite as intense. It wasn't as overly sweet. I'm like, yeah, this is good. Also, then you get more of it, right? What does Dr. Pepper taste like? That is an excellent question that I can't really explain. It's a cola, I think. I think it qualifies as a cola. But beyond that, it tastes like Dr. Pepper. Does it have a fruit to it? No, it's a cola. Compared to something like Coke or Pepsi, it's a little bit fruitier perhaps, but no, it's not a fruit soda. What is that? What are all these little leftover bits and pieces? There we go. Frankly, I haven't put a lot. No, I put like almost no work into the legs. They kind of just work. I mean, I am gonna clean them up, but they have not needed the same attention that the rest of the character has. I finished Uma Musume last night. I finished the 3rd season. It was very good. Hello, boss. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing okay. I know you got a long shift ahead. Hopefully it's not giving you too much grief. If the drawing is upside down, would you be doing a look down instead of a look up? These are the important questions. I really enjoyed Uma Musume. I thought it was very good. I think if you like sports animes, it's a very good one. I don't know what I'm looking respectfully. I appreciate that. Please goon responsibly. I don't know, I feel like not to get too soapboxy or topical or something, but I do feel like there is a time and place for stuff, and where it becomes a problem is when people are like just doing it in the wrong time and place. I don't care what your predilections are, just there are good times, there are bad times, and you gotta know when to read the room. In general, right? Just sort of a general case, not calling anything specific out. But yes, Uma. Leaving that alone. I really liked it. I thought it was a very good sports anime. My only complaint, my only issue with it, is the amount of yearning between the characters. I'm just sitting there watching these horse girls be insanely cute, unreasonably cute, and just yearn for each other so badly. I'm like, just kiss already. But they won't. 'Cause no matter how much they love, no matter how much they may care for one another, their one true love is racing. And they can never give it up. But yeah, it was a fun show. The third season, I don't know how many animators died to make that season happen, but it was very pretty. It was very pretty. And in typical fashion, the final episode got a disproportionate amount of the budget, and it kind of popped off. There were like 2 episodes that I think you could tell they put a particular amount of time and resources into making them look really good. And they succeeded. They succeeded in spectacular fashion. Let's not do that. I accidentally grabbed a slider for one of my audio channels and dragged it up to maximum, which I think would be unpleasant for everyone involved. But thankfully nothing happened. There were no way to date incidences tonight. Oh, sorry, bud. Looks like I blew out your earbuds there. I feel like there's the Canadian accent and the Midwest accent, and they're like almost the same, but as soon as you add "don't you know," it's Canadian. Like it's a very narrow line. There will be tomorrow. Well, my heart says no, but my mind says so. Here in the upper Midwest too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, don't you know it's Midwest too? And my hypothesis needs revision. Gee, it's almost like borders are arbitrary and cultural diffusion just happens in a natural and unpredictable way. Funny that. Baby, you've been so good to me. Please don't make it hard and soft. Well, I thought we agreed on what we need. So listen to me. I'll tell you what we got. We got a wham, bam, shang-a-lang, and a sha-la-la-la. I should really go to Canada at some point. I've been a couple of times. Not for long though. And always British Columbia, which I'm not gonna say it's the best part of Canada. Well, it's kind of the best part. No, I'm kidding. I think you're seeing what I've been saying, 'cause I hear been to Manitoba and Ontario. I've never been to either of those. We need to visit at some point, I think. See, I've been to Victoria, which is like the most American Canada that there is. There's like nothing that distinguishes Victoria from the United States. It's nice, it's pretty, but it's like the gift shop of Canada. And I've been to Vancouver a couple of times. Vancouver is nice. East Columbia. The land of the Ogopogo, wine and pines. This is Ogopogo. It's a fucking Canadian Loch Ness monster? Well, that's great. That sounds like a good time. You go drink some wine, look at the trees, and look at the lake monster. Honestly, that sounds that just sounds like a great way to spend an afternoon. I see nothing wrong with that. And there's a lot of places I would like to travel.
I don't even care where we go.
I really want to do like a Euro trip at some point.
I'll come with you.
And just visit a bunch of countries there. I feel like getting out to Europe is enough of a pain, enough of a process that I would try and hit as many places as I could in a single go, right? Spend a while, or spend a little while in each country and sort of bounce my way around before I head back. It's like, I love Japan. I would really love to go back, but it has been over a decade at this point. It's like, I don't know when I would get to at this point. One thing I would like to do, and I'm gonna date myself a little bit here, but speaking of having a room full of copies of yourself, could you imagine dating yourself? That sounds like a nightmare. That is a Twilight Zone episode waiting to happen. But when I went to Japan, I was there for 4 months? 4.5 months, something like that. I think I got there in August. And the March before I had gone, there was a big earthquake. A historically big earthquake that caused a massive tsunami that had knocked out a nuclear reactor and caused a massive evacuation disaster in the entire northern region of Japan. Northern Honshu was just kind of, yeah, don't go there right now. So I didn't really get to see any of the Tohoku region. I returned from going to figure out what the hell was banging on the wall downstairs. Apparently one of my cats likes to rock the rocking chair. Honestly, it's kind of a mood. I don't know, people have similar enjoyment in watching things bounce around. The cat's just like, I learned it from watching you! So yeah, I've seen some really interesting stuff about stuff in the Tohoku region. And especially, I think there's been a real sort of push by the towns and cities in the area So, after the disaster, I think there was a real sort of stigma of the region, very sort of similar to what happened with Chernobyl. Like, oh, this is a no man's land. This is a no-go zone. You shouldn't be here. And I think they're really sort of pushing to be like, no, we're still here. We're still alive. We're still living our lives here, and we have our towns and our stories and our culture, and you should come check it out. And there's some very interesting stuff that I think I would really like to see. It's always that challenge, right, of going back and checking in on the stuff that you've seen and sort of revisiting your memories, as opposed to seeing stuff that you haven't before, catching other places that you didn't have the chance to go to. It gives pause for thought. Yeah. If I do get around to traveling, I'm not sure where I would go. There's so many places I'd like to go, but not enough time to do it all. Are you sorry? Are you though? I don't think you are. I think we can finally get rid of this triangle. It was a good little guide for a while, but I think we've got the layout in such a place that we don't need it anymore. What if I kept going? If I don't get off tonight? What if I ride this to the edges, through the darkness to the light? Could I find you? Find you. If I slipped away. I want to explore other countries, but I've only really crossed the US. Niagara Falls, Margaritaville in Mexico. Sure, that counts. But 8 days in California. Honestly, the US is so large, it is almost like visiting other countries. In some ways, anyway. Certainly much more convenient. You only need the one passport. Yeah, there is a lot of the US I have not been to. see the bar. You can see over the bar you didn't get ID'd. Kind of face, to be honest. It's like, look, you're good. We don't care. Just don't start nothing. Yeah, time do fly like that. I will grant it, but it better be a good one. She's just like, oh no, performance anxiety. There we go. It will retreat. No travel. No, effectively no travel. Do regions have food prepared differently? Like in the US or at large? Alrighty, boss. Appreciate you saying hi. Appreciate you hanging out. I hope your week goes well. I hope everything goes smoothly. Doesn't get too crazy. I hope you get some good rest if you can. I'm gonna say goodnight. That's amazing. Favorite foods from different places traveled to. I don't have a lot of places that I can really sample from. Like the food in Canada was not really any different from the food in the US. It's not really a lot of distinction there, I might say. Not in a bad way or anything, but it's just kind of like it's very much the same. I'm trying to remember all the food I had in Japan because there was a lot of it, and a lot of it was very good. There was one ramen place that we went to very frequently after classes, to the point my roommate got kind of sick of it. That was really good. I remember him complaining that we went there too much, and I felt kind of bad. And it was also like, I get it, buddy, but this is kind of this is our tradition. It's what we do. I don't remember. I remember going to a bar in Osaka and having just some really, like, honestly, I wouldn't even say it was very good fried food, but it was just like, I don't know. It was the kind of like gross fried food that you have with beer and with company, and it just kind of makes it hit different. So even though I wouldn't say it was very good, it was still very memorable. Shoot, where else did I go I really liked? I remember finding a good curry place in Kyoto that I liked. They had corn. You could put corn on your curry, and that was surprisingly good. I like that. It was weird, unexpected, but I enjoyed it. I'm trying to remember if there were any good food places in Hokkaido. That was so long ago, though. I'd have to really dig deep into the memory banks to find that. On the boil visor, apparently haven't gotten the all clear. Cool! I mean, maybe the inspector can come fucking get the job done and wrap it up. So they can... So that you guys can drink water again? Yeah, that would be nice. I appreciate it. Yeah, hey. I feel like a lot of the food that I remember is not so much pertaining to the quality of the food itself, or like what the favorite, you know, I had the food and I was like, oh, this is really good, I really like this. It's more sort of pertaining to the memory of having the food, if that makes sense. Like good memories associated with food, rather than good food itself. I do remember when I finished up so I did my study in Tokyo, and then I did a month of backpacking. I went around to a few other cities on Honshu to see some places that I wanted to. And I remember, because I was flying out of Tokyo again, so you know, after the sort of Osaka leg of the journey, I had to go back to Tokyo and collect some stuff from the school to make my flight, and I don't remember everything that was on it, but I remember I had a list of places that I wanted to make sure that I went back and ate at least one more time, because I was like, oh, I really like that place, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna get to eat here again. I don't think. Oh, I'm almost positive the Sky Tree was not open at the time. So I remember the hostel that I stayed at in those last few days was like on the same stretch of land that the Sky Tree was on, so I could walk by it, or I could walk down the street and see it, but I don't think it was open to go to yet. Would definitely like to go see it at some point, because I went to the Tokyo Tower a few times. That was really pretty. That was a cool sight. Pretty sure if I had loaded up all the photos from back then, I'd be like, God, these are low res. It was good. It was a good trip. Funny enough, the study part of the study abroad was very just. It was exceedingly whatever. It was fine. It was definitely not the highlight of the trip in any regard, which is probably normal for study abroads. I don't feel like anybody really goes on a study abroad and was like, yeah, I just loved all of my classes. It was the highlight of the entire experience, but I don't know, the school part was pretty unremarkable. Like, the school was nice, the school was fine. I just, being at the school was really just an excuse to travel. I mean, there's a real education. I think it is. Yeah, anything that you can learn in a study abroad, academically, you can learn at home, right? There's nothing that really requires being in another country to read that book. The real reason that people do study abroads is so that they can be in other countries and experience them and learn them. I believe there was one class that I took. I'm trying to remember if it was an art history class. I think it was a history class. I think it was more just like generalized history. I don't remember exactly what the topic was. Study abroad in the fourth dimension. I believe that's just time travel. But we would have like a topic, We would study the topic, and then we would go on a field trip. We would go on field trips pertaining to the various subjects that we were studying. And go examine relevant parts of the city. And sort of discuss how they happen. Or, discuss, and then we would have to do like write-ups, sort of covering all of it, which is like, but that was cool. That I think is a lot of fun. I think that's something that really doesn't happen that much in the States. Like, so much of the United States is so young, relatively, that it's hard to be in the States and have that sort of experience of like, oh, this thing is like 600 years old and has all of these events that happened. Or even just to sort of have the context of like, here's this building and sort of the reasons for its construction and the significance of it being here and this, that, and the other. I like those. That was a pretty fun course compared to the others. A lot of them were what you would expect, right? Go to the classroom, study stuff, go home, do reports, do homework, do write-ups, whatever. It's just kind of like, alright, yeah, fun. That is the due that is paid. But if I'm being completely honest, I did not get a lot out of my undergraduate in general. Well, okay, so here's the thing, and I think I still go back and forth a little bit on this. Objective-wise, I did not get a lot out of my undergraduate. I think it left a lot for me to still figure out and ultimately go back to school for it, because I wasn't done. I wasn't happy with where I was at, and I wasn't like employable yet. Right? But in its defense, I think I did learn more about information sourcing and fact-checking and the process of learning and growing that I didn't necessarily recognize and appreciate at the time. So I think so many people go to college not really looking at it as a tool for betterment, they're looking at it as a tool for employment. Right? College is part of the process. It's a step in the path to getting a good job and setting yourself up for the future. Which it is, but not in like such a I don't think it should be in such a direct sense as it has sort of been purposed into doing. So yeah, I think I'm probably better off in general for doing my undergraduate, but I was sure as shit frustrated with it at the time. I'm pretty sure I thought about trying to do a different program like every year I was there. Until eventually it was like, I am close enough. I should just finish it. I did a fair amount of enjoyable and productive stuff outside of class, right? Outside of the academics itself. Trying to sort of make up for the things I felt like the school wasn't accomplishing on its own. But I can certainly understand a lot of people feeling like, well, I don't wanna put all of this time and effort and money into a system that I'm then gonna have to supplement and carry the weight of its shortcomings, right? That kind of sucks. There we go. I think we're in a pretty good spot with this drawing overall. I'm just kind of enjoying cleaning it up, polishing it as much as we can. Yeah, it looks pretty good. We've got a few leftover bits over here that we can sort of bring up to snuff with the other hand. But one of the things to always keep in mind What's up, Sonic? One of the things I always try to keep in mind, or this is, you could call it a bit of a style, it is how I choose to interpret particular information. Mixtapes, English video. The government stopped by Houston, arrived Seattle, took a YouTube to Seattle again and departed. They went on an adventure. They had to stop by the EMP. They had to brush up on the history. Well, either got loaded up on the wrong train, or maybe they just had to source it from different places and were like, this is simpler. This is fine, this will work. It does seem like a lot of our stuff gets more travel time in than we do. If you order something online, it goes to like 6 different countries before it arrives at your door. Maybe the shipping drivers are listening to "You spin me right round, baby, right round." Yes, you should absolutely not take directions from your mixtape. That's how you wind up in Funky Town. That's one of those songs, not Funky Town, Right Round. I'm just kind of like, this is a really catchy, good song, as long as I don't like listen to the lyrics too hard. When I stop and actually listen to it, I'm like, wait, maybe not. You can go your own way. And that's how we wound up on another continent. I kinda just kept going. On the bright side, you can. And Sibiu's just like, why does my package have heck marks? Why does it say my package is in the Mariana Trench? I was watching a video about the Challenger Deep. And they made the point that more people have been to the moon than have been to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. I think mixtape's different from normal cassettes. If I'm not mistaken, the only difference is that a mixtape is like a personally, or I guess not necessarily personally recorded, but is a mix of different songs, sort of around a given theme or maybe personally selected, right? As opposed to a cassette that might be released by a singular artist that is a collection of their songs. A mixtape is just kind of, it's more eclectic. It's whatever the person mixing the tape felt like putting on there. And back in the day, it was a courting ritual of sorts. It was how you got somebody to know that you were interested, and you thought about them, and you knew what they were into because you would make them a mixtape with a bunch of songs that they like. And they'd be like, "Oh, they do care about me. They know me. They know my interests." It is kind of what I guess getting to space is easier than making a viable, like, deep sea explorer, which I would not think, but there we go. Yoshi is a major complication. It is, and what I understand from the videos I was watching is pretty much every deep sea explorer has. It's not a bathysphere. Bathysphere is a similar term, but there's a different one. Essentially, the crew compartment in the explorers. They're all just very relatively small spheres that can crew like 2 or 3 people. And then the rest of the vessel, regardless of the shape of it, is just like a shell around that with the mechanical equipment. But you know, that doesn't try to be pressurized because it wouldn't work. The sphere is able to maintain its shape because the pressure is coming at it equally from every side. So where it would try to collapse, it gets suspended by its own shape. And once they figure that out, they haven't really deviated from that design for like 70 years. Kabuloshi Yoshi once takes a soda and opens the soda, it will not burst. Yeah? Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, if anything, I imagine it would collapse. I'm not telling from experience. Uh-huh. And that's how we found out that Chishul is secretly a deep sea explorer. Combing the depths of the Atlantic for 25 years. Allergic to water? Goodness, I hope not. I think if you were allergic to water, you would have a very short existence. You'd just be like War of the Worlds. You just shrivel up and explode. Speaking of which, I had not heard about this until, like, at some point it went viral, but apparently they, like, last year, I don't even know when they fucking made this thing. They made a movie that they very boldly called World of the Worlds. Which had basically nothing to do with War of the Worlds. It was like all shot from like phone cams and computer webcams, and it's so bad. It's so shit. What was the plot of the production? It's the usual alien invades thing, and then there's some shit about like a government cover-up. And this, I don't know, it was it Ice-T, I think, plays like an overly workaholic father who is like a government surveillance operative. It's weird, it's dumb, and basically the whole thing is like him trying to save his family, but he's like trapped in his office, so he has to do everything by webcam. It's weird. Imagine if Five Nights at Freddy's became an alien invasion movie. It's something like that, I guess. And it's just like, someone thought this was a good idea. They should not be allowed to have ideas again. It's like that one meme of someone saying, fun fact, you can take your hands and place them on a keyboard, and with just a few simple gestures, you can bring entire new ideas into existence. And then you see the plot of this movie and you're like, sorry, no, I don't think I was talking to you, I don't think. I don't know. I think it was like early in Amazon Prime's attempts at doing like original movie productions. And it was also like during the lockdowns or shortly thereafter, and it shows. It shows. It was rough. But it's okay, because we can all point and laugh and move on. Another song going in here. Let's see. What do we want to put on? Sure.
To all the words that I forget to say, things that time steals and turns to pain. If it's not love to let you leave again, I don't know what is. But if you doubt and question what the future holds, remember there's no place you can go home. To all the roads that we are yet to pave, the dreams that stillness entertains and slays.
There's one
Now if my love for you
There's one line in here that reminds me of sort of a recurring theme that they touch on in Uma Musume. I really like. This is it. So, I think actually all three seasons are sort of a recurring theme of the sort of protagonist for the season. And each season sort of follows a different ensemble cast with like there's a lead character, a lead support, and then an ensemble of others that sort of have little side stories going on, right? I feel like in all three seasons there's sort of a recurring theme of the main character having someone that they look up to, right? Some character that they sort of idolize or respect very heavily, and a lot of their sort of goal is to what's the right word? Not imitate them, but sort of try and be like them, right? They want to accomplish similar things that their idol accomplished. And at some point, over the course of the season, for whatever reason, hello Jack! Happy Thursday. Welcome in and thank you for the 39-month resub. Lordy, how have you been doing it that long? Thank you, Jack. I hope you're doing better. I know that we didn't get off to a great start for you. I hope it's turning around. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. Really fucking pissed. I get that. I get that feeling. I'm sorry, dude. I hope you can. I hope things calm down. Not being quite so crazy, quite so frustrating. What's going on? What was I talking about? Oh, right. So, each of these characters sort of has someone that they're idolizing, they look up to, they want to be like them, they want to, sort of follow the same accomplishments that their idol did. And for whatever reason, they sort of get to a point where for lack of a better term, they basically can't. Right? And you sort of have that crisis of faith of like, well, what am I doing? If I can't achieve this goal, what am I doing here? What's the point? What is my goal? Night shift had to stay longer because the early shift that would have continued my work was 5 minutes before she said doesn't come in today, so I had to stay longer. Well, fuck that guy. I'm sorry, Jack. That's stupid. I'm sorry I have to go through that. But you know what? You did. You made it through. Hopefully may that be the last of the frustrations, the last of the grapes. Oh, the weekend goes well. Without all this bullshit. Okay. I thought it was auto-saving, it just wasn't responding to my key inputs. Just to sort of wrap up what I was saying about Uma, you know, essentially each character has to sort of figure out, okay, this goal of chasing after this other person, right? Of taking their accomplishments, taking their path, and making it my path. That's not gonna work anymore. That's not a viable strategy. So what am I doing? What is my goal? What is the road that I want to take? How am I going to move forward under my own motivations and my own strengths? Not just trying to be this other person, but how am I going to be my own person with my own goals? I think that's really compelling. Just like in chilling the chat about my things. Aww. Wait, are you watching other streamers? Are you watching multiple streams right now? I'm sorry, that came across a little more yandere than I meant it to. Show me your phone. Are you watching other streamers? Thank you, guys. I try. I try all the time. In this institution. You know, the wild thing is I had heard the He-Man version of that song for years before I ever heard the original song. I was like, wait, this is an actual song that somebody made. Well, to me, some streamers ban people for using other... That's fucking dumb. I don't know that that's specifically TOS. I feel like Twitch wouldn't appreciate that because a lot of the sort of promotion slash deal that they put forth is, hey, if you subscribe to this person, then you get access to their emotes and you can use them anywhere. But I don't know. Like, I can certainly say, like a lot of people say, hey, don't promote other streamers or talk about other streamers in chat if the streamer doesn't bring them up, right? I think that's reasonable. I think that's right. Like if you're having a conversation about streamers, understandable. If the streamer brings up someone else, understandable. But don't just come in and start talking about another streamer and promoting another streamer. I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable. But to not use anyone else's emotes, that's wild. That's crazy. Ah! Once I brought it up, you knew we had to listen to it.
So I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high and I straight to the top of my lungs.
What's going on? And I say, I say, what's going on? And I say, a friend of mine got banned this stream because her first message was not hello.
In this institution. And he prays. Oh my God, pray.
Man, it's rough out there. It's hard out there, man. So I almost have the opposite take on that. Like, I'm not gonna ban anybody for just saying hi, right? For me personally, if someone comes in and they just say hello, you know, I'm not gonna take offense to that because they're saying hello. They're just trying to be polite. For me, it doesn't like say a lot or do a lot, right? It's just kind of like, oh, hello, how are you? Yeah, it doesn't initiate a conversation anyway. It's just sort of saying like, I'm here. And it's like, oh, hi. But I'm not gonna ban somebody for just saying hello, right? That's psychotic. One said bonjour. Well, Tisha, what might have happened there, they might have thought you were French Canadian and they were a bunch of British Columbian Canadians, and they were like, nuh-uh. No, we ain't putting up with none of that. We ain't putting none of that Quebec shit up. Get. Reasonable response against the bitch. Yeah. Behold, I have arrived. Could be an anti-social stream. Okay, so my immediate response to that standing is, if you're anti-social, why are you streaming? But then I realized I'm streaming, so you know what? That's fair. I'm not anti-social, I'm just, what's the word? Introverted. I'm very introverted. So you can yell at people. Listen, you're calling me out here and I really don't need that right now. So look, I'm sorry I'm late. I didn't want to come. I feel seen. I feel seen. I feel heard right now. It's one of those things, like I have on regular instances, even last Sunday when I went to go hang out with my friend, I had to convince myself to go, right? It was like, I know I'm gonna, I went and I had a good time. It was a wonderful time, just chilling with some friends and playing some board games and watching some Dota. It was a great way to spend a Sunday, but I still had to convince myself that I was gonna have a good time and I should go. One time I got timed out because I technically broke a rule. I was participating in a conversation was English only and streamer sneeze. My default was gazoon tight. Was timed out for a week? Was it an auto timeout? Like, the only way it makes sense is if it was an auto time. Okay, that's there are times where I feel like I'm too uptight or I'm too, I need to have things a certain way. I'm just like, if people kind of don't do things in what is the right mode to me, that's like, it bothers me. And then you tell me shit like that, and I'm just like, okay, maybe I'm doing alright. A week for a word that is a frequent response in English to people sneezing. Like, that is not some unusual thing that Mage did as like a quirky little random, I'm gonna randomly use a Germanic word for this. That's okay. Yeah, I think if you'd done a whole sentence, they would have like come to your house and beat you. Seriously. Attention, citizen. You appear to have spoken in a language that was not democratically sanctioned. Please report to the nearest re-education camp. Liberty Grammar School. Oh, lordy. Alright. Yeah, and at that point it's just kind of like, I don't know what's going on here, and I'm not really keen on finding out. That's fair. That, ew. I don't know, like, alright, here's an example. I'm gonna bring up another streamer. Ethan, has had a couple times where people would come in and would start speaking Spanish or French or whatever. They might come in from another raid, or they might just pop in and start trying to say hello. Ethan will explain, it's like, hey, sorry, but this is an English-only stream because we can't moderate other languages. And so, Sorry for the trouble. Sorry, I get the frustration, but those are the rules. You know, sometimes people will try to speak in English where they can, or sort of explain the situation. Sometimes people will, what's the word? Then try and continue speaking another language because it's still the internet. And a lot of times what I've seen people, in those situations, like the mods will just start deleting the messages of like, look dude, these are the rules, you have to follow them and you have to get out of here. So they get a couple of warnings before they get into like punishment territory. And a lot of times, people will start to pick up on the vibe and just leave because like, alright, well, I can't communicate here, so I'm gonna go. Yeah, no, just immediately pull out the 50 cal.
You're watching this video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your
yes, thank you.
fucking posture, you
Yes, we do not speak. We do not speak shrimping here.
Scoliosis motherfucker. Fix
We
your
speak
spine.
good posture.
Damn.
Damn. I think a lot of times, so like, my posture is aggressive. What do you mean? Mage, I'm gonna get over there with a fucking human-sized rolling pin. We're gonna sort that shit out. This Verbolten. Ah shit, I gotta ban myself now. Could be the freaking chiropractor gif where they like jump on the skeleton and just double foot plant on the spine. I'm making this worse. Hang on, let me double check my work. Shoulder blades. Why are you like this? Let's see. Oh. Oh? Okay, this is real muscular. It's very interesting shapes, but a little bit unclear for what we actually need. Okay. Okay, so you have the muscle that goes up there. Postures, no shrimp will matter. You're right. You are very correct. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what I'm doing wrong. Alright, there. Okay, so we're just gonna take a little bit of adjustment, sort of round arm out like this, and start pressing backwards to run up against the shoulder blade. So arms forwards, grab the wrist, move both arms up in front, up from that spot until you're overhead, then gently push until you feel it. I like that one. That's a good one. I will sometimes pop my sternum when I do that. Which feels good, but also feels like I shouldn't be doing it. So I try to avoid overhead stretches too much. There are some bilingual streams, like some people can do Korean or in English, or Filipino in English. I know Mookie would always do Spanish and English. You know, if the streamer, the mods can accommodate both languages, a lot of times they will want to. Though sometimes, you know, people will say, like, we want the community to be able to understand each other, right? We don't want to have simultaneous conversations going on. So I can totally, like, there are plenty of good reasons to say this stream is going to be focused on a singular language. But then, yeah, to just be like instant shotgun the moment someone violates that, even with like commonly used loanwords, is I don't even know. It was right across the scene. I audible stretch pops. I have stretched and popped sometimes, like loud enough that I scared myself. I'm like, am I okay? I don't feel like I'm dying. Nothing. Yeah, you hear the pop and you're just immediately like, damage report. There we go. I like that. That looks good. That feels good. One of the reasons I gave myself all these stripes, and they're not, you know, one-to-one with human anatomy. There's a lot of sort of artistic liberty taken with them, but it does require me to sort of go in and check against anatomy and replicate and imitate it, right? Did I just do a die? Your horns making the noises when going in or out of vehicle mode, and then just suddenly popping their muscles. Autobots, get me the ibuprofen. I don't know. Bodies are so frustrating. Just because it's like I gotta stretch and warm up before I do my exercise. Oh, I overstretched and now I hurt and I can't exercise. It's like stupid fucking thing. I might be running out of time to do that bike ride I wanted though, because it might rain this weekend. And I'm gonna be out of town next weekend. I think past that point, we're gonna start losing the good weather pretty quickly. I'm gonna have to figure out when I want to do that ride soon. It'll be a good way to. It'll be a fun challenge to close out the year on. I don't like how the shape looks. Clean that up. I'm not sure if I finished my thought about the Umas and the whole sort of finding your own goal. I don't know. We wandered off. We found other things to talk about. This corner is dumb. I don't like this corner. That's better. That's a little bit better. Still don't like this shape, so I think we'll just try and knock it down a bit, see if we can get away with something simpler. It just had a weird, like, anime hair spike look that wasn't making any sense. These lines too prominent? Yeah, a little bit. Just walk it back. I think just a lighter color and a slightly lighter opacity to the line will probably be fine. Just like bring this whole thing up a little bit. There we go. Alright, one more little adjustment back here just to get a little bit more of this like, wrapping in the planes. Yeah. Okay, I like that. Let me just double check. One thing I don't like is how much, like I will go to Google to look for like relevant images for anatomy reference. I'll like look up an elbow, right? Pretty innocuous Google search there, and like at least half of the returns are like related to injuries or pain. It's like, that's not what I wanted. I want to see a normal, healthy example, not like, why is my toe, horrible disfigurement of a body part? But I guess Google has just been trained of, people always being like, this thing looks funny. Is this normal? And then Google has to go, no, you should go see a doctor.
You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
That is breathtaking. You should seek medical attention. I'm sure the doctor will think it's breathtaking too. Doc, I was just doing nothing. These ears appeared out of nowhere. Is that normal? No. No, it's not. Thank you for that, points. You hanging out. I hope you get some very good rest, and I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. We're gonna take a nap. I honestly don't know how much I'm gonna get to sleep tonight because I know I should, but there's also Dota to watch. The choices, the challenges. I almost made the mistake last night of staying up to like draw and work on stuff while I watched Dota. I was like, no. You can go lie in bed and watch Dota, but don't do work. Doing pretty well. We got almost 2 hours left to work with. I think we're on track to finish this one. I'm not particularly worried. But I do want to figure out. Elbow's looking a little bit weird. Oh, excuse me. See if I can't get something looking a little bit better. Okay, yeah, so we sort of got this right here. That's working. Maybe it's working. Let's look at this one. Yeah, it's alright. Good. I think that's okay. Come on, there we go. Close enough anyway. To imitate the curve of the tricep here. Right, where it sort of has this unfolding and sort of roots in around the elbow. Tricep extends the arm. Yes, tricep extends the arm. Bicep curls the arm. Interesting the way that it roots in though. It doesn't, I guess it kind of makes sense. It doesn't like pull over elbow. It sort of goes around the elbow and roots in on the sides. I'm using a complex network of biomachinery. There. That's a bit better. That we go. Alright, what do we got? Halo's still a little rough up here. We can clean that up. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Sometimes I almost miss traditional paint. Then I think about how much of a pain it was to clean up, and I'm like, no good.
Dominoes falling right in the street. Baby, this time there's no retreat, there's no surrender. Devil is rising, a shadow from the past, feeding the flames of fire on the edge of fury. Out of time, running in the time, hear the ticking of the broken clocks tonight. Girl, we need some action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, we need some action. If we wanna take a look away from here, we need a living passion to believe in, burning hearts and a brand new feeling. Action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor.
Okay.
Drawing from the ashes, the phoenix rise again, fighting for life, for good, for all that we believe in. Girl, we need some action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, we need some action. If we wanna take our love away from here,
Alright, cool. Let me see this.
to believe in.
Bring the underside of the halo as well.
If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, the hero stands alone when all is said and done. The enemies are falling one by one. Out of time, running in and out of time. Hear the ticking of the countdown clocks tonight. Girl, we need some action. If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, we need some action.
There we go.
Our love away from here, we need a living passion.
I think it's working. I think it's getting very close. There's a few more areas I want to polish up.
If we're gonna make it like a true survivor, true survivor.
Back in the list. Yeah, let's do this one.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
This shit. You know, I saw someone remade the swordfish from Cowboy Bebop in No Man's Sky. I haven't seen anyone remake the Bebop. I think that would be a really cool build. It would also make a lot of sense considering the size of the ship. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I gotta give No Man's Sky credit for something. It's one of the things that I think I would like to see from it a little bit more. You know, not that it's like a bad thing, but the action in the game, like the action and combat gameplay is a little simplistic, right? There's some interesting stuff, and they did add a few different types of sentinels that make things a little bit more nuanced, and you have to sort of prioritize targets and whatnot, and that's actually pretty cool. I kind of like where that's at. I think that's pretty good. But, you know, there are some sci-fi fantasies that I would like to see, that they have done some stuff to introduce more of, like big ship-to-ship battles. But perhaps not quite as much as I would like. Personally, you know, I tend to be much more action game oriented than some folks. But I gotta give Hello Games credit that while they have introduced action gameplay and combat gameplay, I really don't feel like that is the centerpiece of the game. It is not the focus of No Man's Sky. You know, I think it was always something that they intended to sort of include as an option, but never make pivotal to the gameplay. Never make it a fulcrum for the game. Which I feel like makes No Man's Sky one of the only space games where you're not just like you finally have the expanses of the universe at your fingertips, and the first thing you do is blow it up. just get out there and shoot everything you see. Kind of remarkable in a way. Like so many space games, I think a lot of it is because, you know, we come from like Star Wars and whatnot. They're the fantasies that people want to recreate in space games. A lot of the sort of existing know-how in game development is focused around action and combat. So that's a good sort of starting point. In the case of Star Citizen, space flight combat is an appealing fantasy. It gets a lot of people excited, gets them on board. It's a great vehicle for testing the flight mechanics, testing the flight model, making sure that the ships work as they're intended to. They maneuver and feel the way that they're supposed to feel. But the consequence. Hi, Tisha. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a very good rest. I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say good night. The consequence of a combat-focused game development is you look at the roster of ships available in No Man's Sky, and it leans very combat heavy. You know, there are other ships, there are trade ships, there are exploration ships, so there isn't that much to explore, or many mechanics that support exploration at the moment, so the use of those ships is a little bit lackluster. But a lot of the ships that are available are either just direct combat ships, military vessels, bounty hunting, or piracy. Elite Dangerous has a modular ship design, so most of their ships are more or less capable of doing anything and everything you want. There are certainly some ships like the Orca and the Beluga that are really focused on specific things, right? The Orca, the Dolphin, and the Beluga are all focused on luxury passenger transport. They're the best ships for doing that particular line of gameplay. The Type X series is really focused on like cargo transporting. Can do other stuff with them, but they're really industrial vessels. But, you know, there are some ships that have like dedicated military module slots or more hard points, so they're better for combat. But you know, the ships are pretty generally universally applicable. But in my opinion, I don't think this is a super hot take. I think the most fleshed out gameplay loop in Elite Dangerous is combat. Like the most consideration of game balance and mechanical nuance is in how well your ship can take and deal damage. And X4 has a massive simulation for, you know, economics and grand strategy. But a lot of it is building towards combat and conquest, right? The Xenon and the Cat are encroaching on shared community of galaxy territory, and at some point you're probably going to reach a breaking point where you have to turn around and fight them. And you're gonna have to think about how you want to do that. You know, this doesn't bother me too much, because again, I like that gameplay. I like space combat. I like Star Wars. I like flying around in my ship and going pew pew pew, and then things go boom, and I'm like, whoa! But I think in the middle of all of that, to have a game that really sort of leans more into the future optimism of like 60s and 70s science fiction, you know, the Star Trek mentality of our primary objective, the main thing that we are focusing on out here, is to go out and see what there is. Right? We'll establish bases, we'll search for new life forms. There will be dangers. We need to be ready to defend ourselves, but we are not going to go in with the gun first. I think that's very interesting. I think it does say something that so many people do gravitate to the game despite a relatively lackluster, in my opinion, combat or action system. I think it's very cool. I think it's a sign of a good clarity of vision of what they want their project to be. someone made a Nokia brick phone for that, and Sean retweeted it and posted, "Every day we stray further from God." A little bit of bounce color to this metal.
Deep in the ocean, dead and cast away, our innocence is burned in flames. A million miles from home, I'm walking ahead. I'm frozen to the bones. I am a soldier on my own. I don't
I
know
think that
the
looks
way.
pretty good.
I'm riding up the heights of shame. I'm waiting for the call, the hand on the chest.
Alright, are we missing anything?
And fate.
I don't think we are. I think we're in a good spot. We're gonna say the Nokia shut, go into a black hole, and the hole shattered. I believe it.
The sound of iron shots stuck in my head. The thunder of the drums dictates the rhythm of the thoughts, the number of days, the rising of the horns ahead. From the dawn of time to the end of days, I will have to run away. I want to feel the pain and the bitter taste of the blood on my lips again. A steady burst of snow is burning my hands. I'm frozen to the bones. I am a million miles from home. I'm walking away. I can't remind your eyes, your face.
Nice. Alright, I like where we're at. I think we're very much just in the nitpicky, having fun, polished stage now. Not really anything that's like critical to getting it done to make it look better. I'm just gonna kind of mosey around and polish stuff up where I see it. Let's see. Aw, hi, Allie. Thank you. Do a thing. How's your week going, Allie? How you doing? Welcome in. Oh, you finished Night in the Woods, didn't you? What'd you think of it? You're getting shiny and your friends are laughing. They are. They're very good. They're good little beans. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was a very lovely game. I suppose it's sort of in the replay value that you can't fully explore everyone's routes, I guess you might call it, on a single playthrough. So I spent most of the time, most of my the hangout options with B. So I think I progressed her story farther, but that meant I didn't get to see the other stories quite as much. Incentivize playing through it once or twice to sort of see what happens with everyone. Yeah, I really liked that story. I thought it was very good. I thought it was very well written. There we go. Alright. Games like those always make me want to get back to work on pages and put more into it. I think the whole animation thing just really knocked a lot of wind out of my sails. I do want to get back to it at some point. I know I need to still do the play testing. I think that's the two problems, right? It's like on one hand I have animations that won't work, and on the other hand I have play testing, which I'm very bad at doing and very nervous about doing. Alrighty, Jack. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you hanging out, and thank you again for the resub. I hope the end of your week is better. I hope you have a really good weekend. I hope you can relax a little bit and recover. Everyone say goodnight. What's that? On this layer? Yes. Knock that out a little bit, and then we're just gonna bring you in. Line up with the finger again. There we go. I think we, yeah, hand looks good. Thank you, autosave. I'm gonna manual save now. That looks good. If you guys, as well, are playing a game, working on something, now's a good time to save. Save your progress. Your precious progress. I feel like I've gotten better at a couple of things in particular. I feel like my noses have gotten better. I feel like I got one of the other drawings I'm working on. I feel like I finally drew a set of abs that I'm like, yeah, that looks pretty good. Abdominals. I feel bad whenever I tease them working on something and then it's like 3 weeks later that I finally post it. It's like, I'm sorry, I had other stuff. I couldn't focus on it, and so it just languished. Once Halloween is over, I'll be freed up again. Because we're not doing a new holiday outfit this year. So it should. I think I'll be done with like YouTuber projects for the rest of the year. As much fun as it would be trying to come up with like 3 outfits every year would just be exhausting. It would be so much to try and keep up with. Much rather bring back the outfits that we already have, you know? And all the fashionistas can be like, oh my god, they're wearing last year's robe? So lame. Can't believe they're wearing a Final Fantasy 14 outfit in 2025. It's all about God Wars 2 now. Alrighty, mage. Is she hanging out? Hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. I need to take a hang. Nothing think they're looking pretty good. I think they're in a good spot. Doesn't really need a lot more to work with. So, kind of to that end, let's go in, put a little bit of polish into the background, sort of bring that up by a similar shall we say? Should we say that? Maybe not. Maybe we should not.
二人の間通り過ぎた風はどこから寂しさを運んできたの泣いたりしたその後の空はやけに透き通っていたりしたんだ
I'm noticing a weird little like bits in here.
いつもは尖ってた父の言葉が今日は暖かく感じました優しさも笑顔も夢の語り方も知らなくて全部君を真似たよもう少しだけでいいあと少しだけでいいもう少しだけでいい
That out a little bit just so it doesn't tangent with the halo.
もう少しだけでいいあと少しだけでいいもう少しだけくっついていようか僕らタイムフライヤー時を駆け上がるクライマー時のかくれんぼはぐれっこはもう嫌なんだ嬉しくて泣くのは悲しくて笑うのは君の心が君を起こしたんだよ
I do have this brush. I don't like it as much. I feel like the shapes on it are just a little bit weird. It's nice for doing like contrails, right? But it feels kind of specific. And then this one is like really wispy clouds. I don't know, I feel like a lot of times when I do end up doing clouds, I tend to like doing the bigger, fluffier cumulonimbus types and whatnot, so the other brushes don't get as much love. Yeah. I will say, I kind of like the softness that this brush is bringing in compared to the other one.
僕らタイムフライヤー時を駆け上がるクライマー時のかくれんぼはぐれっこはもういいよ君は派手なくらいやその涙止めてみたいなだけど君は拒んだこぼれるままの涙を見てわかった嬉しくて泣くのは悲しくて笑うのは僕の心が僕を追い越したんだよ
Let me bring that guy back. I'm just curious if there's something we can do here. Probably not. Probably not. No, I think we have a pretty good composition going already. If I were to sort of truly... Actually, no. I kind of like the little hidden geometry of it. So I'm not going to move that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really picking up on anything else. It's like, I think it's revision. I'm gonna save it really quickly, and then I want to flip the image over just to sort of see how it's feeling. See if there's anything we missed. I don't think so. Okay. Cool. Alright, I want to try, or not try, I want to do our post-process, and then we need to figure out how we're gonna actually crop out the circle, or like flatten it all to a circle. I think there's an easy way that we can do it. We'll try that first and then see if it works. That looks pretty clean. So the easy thing would just be to make a disc. We're gonna take the whole thing. Use a little bit of weird things that happen on the edge there, and then we're gonna create a flattened layer and just clip it to that. Take the rest of these and we flatten it out. It looks like that. I think. Huh. That's a little bit weird. I don't know if I hate it. Like it sort of reinforces the frame in a nice way. It's kind of nice, if I'm being honest. I almost want to do that on the other side, just to make it feel more deliberate. do this. We're gonna desaturate it. What are you? Oh, weird. Alright. I guess we'll do... Shit, where's my inversion? Yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna do quick and dirty way. Make our own round vignette. Push that in. I grip this, can I? Yes, I can. Alright, awesome, perfect. And then you can go like that. Let's drop it down to 20, 20, 10. Yeah, just a little bit, right? Just a little bit of focus. Focus. So yeah, if we, basically for this, if we were to go back and make any edits or want to do any other drawing, we would go back into the original thing and we would just copy a new layer out to merge into the frame. I like it though. I think that's good. I'm not feeling anything else it needs. Which means it is time for the final detail. Let's see. Oh. I can never remember what this song is called. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Oh, I think that was it just there. There we go. So one of the things that I kind of had the idea to do this one, you know, there was definitely the Raphael video that I was watching. It was like, ooh, round canvas, geometric framing, cool things. Let's try that. But one of the other things that was in the video was talking about how, you know, because it was very popular, Raphael had a number of things that he drew a lot. So you kind of got to see this like development of his style, right? Development of his technique over time as he incorporated new ideas and then went back and painted the same subject. So back in 2023, we did this one. And so I thought it would be kind of a cool comparison. A few years later, how are we doing? Not bad, I think. I think there's some development there. Something I might define as growth. That's actually really cool. That is a fun feeling to sort of be like, so here's where we were, and here's where we are. To actually have like milestones. Oh, this is gonna make me sad, but we're gonna listen to it anyway. Woo! That was a good sprint. When did we start this? We started this on Tuesday of last week. I remember because I was having a not great day, and trying to get this one going was frustrating. That was a bit of a struggle. But yeah, the second day we started blocking in the colors and getting the painting going. I was like, okay, I'm starting to actually feel it now. I'm happy with how it came out. I think this is good. Okay, so we do still have some time left before we should wrap it up for the evening. What can we do? What shall we do? What have we got on deck? I don't think we're gonna jump into Warframe just because I don't really have anything that I'm like aiming to do for tonight. We could do some No Man's Sky. I could show you guys the Corvette that I've been working on and try and knock out an objective or two there and see how that goes. Yeah, I mean, we could boot up X4, but it would be a lot of looking at spreadsheets. Okay, we got a yes please. That's enthusiasm. I like that. Alright, let me grab my controller. Get that plugged in. I've been having a little bit of controller issues with No Man's Sky, getting it to pick up. Like, I'll sometimes boot the game up and it just doesn't respond to the controller at all. Which is weird. I think I just need to make sure that it's like plugged in and working and everything before I start the game, or else it gets upset. Okay, I'm not gonna change the topic just because we're not gonna be playing it for very long. Let me go ahead and get the game booted up. Hope everything works. There we go. Right, then we need to move you guys down here. Let me just make sure that it's responding to the controller. I have a weird sort of setup. When I'm on foot, I prefer to be mouse and keyboard. Yeah, see, it doesn't like my controller for some reason. I can't figure out why. It's being such a stinker about it. Yeah, okay, so Steam sees the controller. And then the game itself. Properties. Controller. Enable default setting. Good. Is it because I tab out of the game? Here, let me try again. I don't know. It's super finicky. I wish I had a better explanation, but I guess we'll just give it another try and see if it'll stop being stupid. We'll even wiggle the sticks around a little bit. Alright, there we go. Alright, it picked it up. Maybe it's just some weird thing of like if I tab out of the game while it's loading, something gets confused. I don't know. In any case, we're gonna go over here. Then, while you are loading in, get OBS pointed at you. We need to add game to, where are you? Audio channel. There you are. And executable. There you are. There I am. So yeah, this is in the expedition. Oh, it's thinking. There you go. They've put a lot of work into like making the space stations more unique, more original, or not more original, just bigger. They're a lot bigger. Honestly, I kind of like the new layout. Okay, so what do we still have to do for the expedition? So I've got everything for the first group done, except for visiting a rendezvous station. Phase 2, I need to harvest some plants, sign the milestone, visit a lush world, catch some fish, and then prepare the fish in a nutrition unit. Phase 3, honestly, I think we can focus just on phase 2. Like, if we can find a lush world, we can probably do some fishing and start cooking it up. So yeah, here's my ship. I haven't bothered to name it. I'll probably do that on my own, back in my own regular save. The expeditions always feel very temporary. I'll show you guys the actual thing once I've sat down. Oh, did I not? Camera's a little finicky, it seems like. I don't think I have anything I can plant. Oh, I think I sold the nip seeds. That's unfortunate. Okay, so let's go interior stuff. Here we go. So, miner unit. Okay, I do have the rewards. Make a med pod. I can make a. I can't make a crew berth. If I get more silver, I can make a nutrition unit. I think I want to do that because we'll need to cook. Okay, so let's focus on that. So this is kind of the weird thing I was talking about. It does have a second deck. If you want to have multiple decks, you need to build the ship and then come inside and decorate with an internal stairway. It's not part of the actual construction method. It's a little funky, but it works well enough, I guess. I do hope they add other types, because just the one type of ladder is a little limiting, but it's fine. Yeah, I've got some extra rooms back here. We've got sort of our front area with some windows and the pilot seat. So if we go, where's photo mode? There you are. Oh, am I stuck? Camera, go. There we go. I haven't actually taken off in this configuration yet. The whole sort of like front section with the larger, we'll call it chest area, that's new. I just built that last night. And then I made some changes to the rear, make it a little bit more streamlined. It was much more like plane shaped before. Like the wing expanse was much longer, or much wider. It's got a bit more like a spaceship feel to it. Alright, let's get out there. Whee! Oh, what does this look like from the outside? It's so big it barely fits in the camera. Oh, that's cool. I'm really glad the landing thrusters on the side swivel into flight thrusters. That makes it so good. That's amazing. Gonna grab some silver really quickly so we can build our habitation unit. There's some. This is a big ship too, like compared to the fighters. One of the actually kind of cool things, so in the stations now, part of the long landing strip, you know, that's just sort of like the automatic landing, that's where the Corvette landing pads are. So all of the normal ships, the fighters and explorers and whatnot, they still sort of park in the little circular landing pads where they always have. But the okay, that's more than enough silver. Oh, oh, hello. I like you. Uh-oh. Who that? Seemed like somebody was tracking us. Okay. I'm gonna get out of the chair really quickly. I'm on my ship in space. This is awesome. I love this. This is so good. It's so good. Okay, so yeah, let's put the habitation... Let's put the habitation up front. And then crew berth just takes silver. Yeah, let's put it right there. Yeah, we got our little living area right next to the pilot seat. We can put refinery stuff towards the back there once we get to it. So yeah, nutrient processing. Need to put some stuff in there. Recipe catalog. I do not know much. Apparently you can cook chromatic metal though, so that's interesting. Alright. So we'll need that once we get our fish. But I don't have any. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother changing the topic just because we're only gonna play this for like 30 minutes or so. It just doesn't seem like it was important. But thank you for letting me know. Thank you for checking. Okay. So yeah, we started up there. That's where the expedition started, so we had one jump, and then this should be where we check in. One thing that is really cool, so there's always kind of a balance you need to strike, right? Of like, oh, we don't want things to clash, or we don't want a bunch of ugly clipping or whatnot. I'm definitely losing some frames. I'm glad I'm not running VTube Studio on the same computer. We would be struggling. But like, you'll see on these little engines on the center body, they've got this like grating sort of sitting over them. That's another chip part. So the ship is, or the game is okay. The way they built it is okay. Like, some of the stuff is just gonna clip through each other. And you're gonna get interesting configurations of just like shapes forming as a consequence of that. Not all clipping is bad. I think we're also losing a bunch of frames to the number of asteroids that we're dealing with. It's pretty rough. Oh, Alpha. Heimel. Okay, so we don't want Heimel. Ooh, tritium rich. Thank you. You are a hexagonal planet. I realize they come in hexagons. Let's see, that's the Heimel planet. I can't remember if there is a way to see all of the planets in the system. There's a galaxy map. What was that? Save beacon. Right. I want to head down to the hexagonal planet because there are some objectives based around like finding. Well, this is funky. There are some objectives based around finding like strange or exotic planets. I feel like this might count. It's certainly a strange planet. Not a lot going on here as far as I can tell. Oh, there was a crystal of some variety. Sit down, we'll do a little bit of wandering around, see what we can find. Oh! Oh! I think I hit some trees. Some things never change. I don't think we're gonna find any fish here, though. The ship does this a lot. The landing ramp doesn't quite reach the bottom. Gravity seems maybe a little bit high. I'm getting a lot of jump power. Life support 50%. Well, this doesn't look friendly. Ew. Dealing with any hazards in here? Are you a hazard? No, you're an abandoned terminal. Landing ramp is just decoration, so I'm good with it. Yeah! Is so where No Man's Sky, yes, in Elite Dangerous, there is no actual ramp that needs to be traversed. And in Star Citizen, there is a ramp that needs to be traversed. But if you... There's nothing, at least right now, that you can do other than just your basic dumb human jump. So if the ramp is too high off the ground, you're just screwed. User identified. Terminal now active. Unlocking data log for analysis. Looked like a wound on the world. Crimson and ragged-edged, like something that once lived but was then torn asunder. I should have stayed away. Had I the senses to taste the air of this planet, I imagine it would have reeked with some kind of alien fetor, but nothing could stay my curiosity. Was it dead? Where I touched it, the surface was moist and yielding. It seemed to become motile then, crawling on a mat of slow cilia, moving from me. Should have left it alone. I discovered something coded deep inside the long-dead traveler's data log. Something has been left that will aid me on my own journey. Ah, fucker! Die. Die. Scum. Why isn't it dying? No. 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 Ow. Fuck you. Oh, the hitbox is just weird. Right, I think that's about it for here. I mean, I think we didn't actually take any harm. We just took some shield damage, which isn't too bad. Alright, well, let's get out of here before things decide that they do want to get bad. I do want to check, because we saw interesting, like, crystal formations. I want to see what that's about. A radiant shard. Oh, that one's closer. Let me drop the stuff off in the ship really quickly. So yeah, being able to just like jetpack up onto the ship to solve the little ramp issue is like, oh yeah, that's much better. There's a few things left over from when I was building the ship. We got some fireworks, we got some material. Let's see, let's put the... Oh, we can put this in... No, we can't put it in the ship because my ship's modifications are full. We can still put it in the ship's inventory. Life support gel, definitely want that. Alright, that should do. Oh, it's daytime. It's much nicer out here when it's not nighttime and creepy. Oh, corrupted drone. Alright, let's tag this first off. I had an objective in the expedition to... Where was it? Phase 3? There we go. Eliminate 8 corrupted sentinels. That'll be a good place to start. I did find a neat little bit of tech that you can do. So if you're sprinting, and then you hit melee and jetpack at like the same time, you preserve the forward momentum from the melee strike. What? Okay, that's just part of the tree. That's wild. So I'm gonna throw out a wild little thought here. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait. I don't want to use this one. I want to use this. There we go. This weapon's better. Ow, ow, ow. Run! Where'd that other... There you are. Yeah, like I said, the combat in this game is not the most compelling. Ow! Bitch. Man, guys, I just grabbed a Gravitino ball. Stop getting your circuits in this twist. Dying. Uh-oh. Okay, we gotta get our stuff and get out of here quickly. Uh-oh. Bonk. Hey, Frosty. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good week. Happy time zone. Happy time zone. Advanced mining laser. Well, I don't have one of those. Yes! We're only going to be playing this for like 20 more minutes. I just didn't figure it was worth changing this topic over to. Oh shit, they found me. Ah! They'll never find me down here. Oh fuck! But yeah, thank you for checking. Thank you for keeping an eye on it. How you doing, Frosty? Yeah, we finished up some art earlier, and we just had a little bit of time left over, so I figured we would pop open some No Man's Sky and work on the expedition a bit. Good tired? Good tired is good. Good work today. Okay, so as much... Okay, let's... Give me 1 second. I'm gonna recharge my life support. So we're not contending with that at the same time. How do I... Do you really only have the Boltcaster? You have the Scatter Blaster. Access firing mode. I'm pressing G. I mean, I don't really want the Scatter Blaster, but still. Supreme upgrade for the Scatter Blaster. Yeah, so how do I... I'm on the Boltcaster now. How do I switch it? Alright. Open fire! Crikey, that pissed it off! Exactly. Yeah, it was like, we had maybe an hour. Oh, that's... Nope. Okay, back to the ship. Get back to the ship. Get back to the ship. I don't know what's going on this planet, but I don't like it. It can turn invisible. It's time to go. Where is my ship? Localized gravity inversion. Ah! No! No, 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 no. Yeah, I'm not about that. Where did I leave my ship? Ah! Not again. Where is my ship? I see a bunch of other people's ships. What was that Q line that you quoted one time standing? Space is not for the faint of heart. I don't see my starship. There's too many markers on the compass. Okay, it's probably the big one. Probably the big starship marker. Oh shit. I believe I can fly. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff that I would like to get. I'm not like super hung up on it just because it's the expedition. It's like if I don't have the best equipment, then whatever, it's not gonna last anyway. There's my ship. We found it, chat. We found the ship. Okay, now that we have more of like a safe starting point, I do want to see, because we need 5 more corrupt sentinel kills. And the fact that we have them here is like, let's see if we can't take care of that objective before we leave. I know, we spent all that time running from it, now we're gonna go right back, but it can be very hard, like, finding an objective again. This planet is so freaky. One thing that occurs to me though, so life on Earth follows a particular pattern that's sort of, if you will, like one out in all the various modes, shall we say, that developed over the billions of years, right? There were different configurations of proteins and molecules and this, that, and the other, and a particular one just sort of proved to be the best and or the luckiest. And so you wound up with life as we know it. Oh, there's the big boy again. I don't want to fight the big boy. I want to fight the little boys. That came out wrong. What's the other group of collabs? Oh, actually, you know what'll probably work even better? What am I scanning here? Oh, those are creatures? Sean, you guys good over there? Is there a Gravitino ball nearby? I grab a Gravitino ball, that'll piss him right off. But, you know, it stands to reason. Like, there are plenty of molecular structures that are hexagonal in their form, right? It's not unreasonable to think that at some point there might be a planet where the available materials naturally form hexagonal shapes. And then the creatures, the life that develops on that planet would follow that design principle. Follow the chemistry requirements of the materials that form it. There we go. Crikey! Right, where are they? Where are you, you little buggers? There you are. Alright. Focus this one down. Almost got it. Almost got it. Come on. There we go. Alright. That's 4. That's 5. Do I hear 6? Level 2, moderate. Uh-oh. Ow. Shut up. Don't heal each other. Ow. This is really hard. They keep healing each other. Not to mention we're dealing with this freaking gravity bullshit. I wonder if the lance might burn them down a bit faster. That would require me to hit them first, which is a bit of an ask, but not great. That one's lobbing artillery. Alright, this one is out of ammo. Apparently the thing doesn't take the same ammo type. Well, that's cool. Stop. Almost got it, almost got it. Alright. I think that was 7? Oh, it's stuck in the tree. Got it! Alright, this should be the last one. Now where's my ship? Let's leave and never come back. Okay, the Sentinel response level has been upgraded to Urgent. It's time to go. I could call my ship, but I don't want to spend the fuel. Oh, fuck me. Ow! I think it's time to go. It was a little frustrating. I think the main thing, because there are different types of weapons that you can get. I think the one that I had, the sort of default blaster, is just not the most conducive to taking out sentinels that were going to be perpetually healing each other like that. Because in the normal sentinels, the non-corrupted variety, there are specific healing units. So when they show up, you can even sort of bait them out by damaging some of the other guys, and then, you know, sort of get them to come try and help their guys, and then you kill them. But with this, the normal combat sentinels were also capable. I really hope you close the ramp. We're under attack! Where are you? There you are. You know what I want to try? Phase beam! Woohoo! That's fun. Almost got it. Oh, I don't. These things are tough, mother truckers. Bring it around. Most, there we go. Alright, bring it around, bring it around. Got it? Got you! Yeah, baby! Alright, we should go. What planet is up there? Woohoo! We did it! Oh shit. Okay, so the fact that my life support is continuing to drop means you didn't close the fucking ramp. Oh no. It is closed. Why is my life support dropping? Whatever, take that. Charge this with some oxygen. There you go. Should be good now. Okay, so that is an unstable planet. I don't think we will go there. That is a primal planet. Is that also Heimal? Blighted. Well, let's not go to the Blighted planet. That sounds like an unpleasant time. I don't think we're gonna find any lush planets in this system. But we do have one objective left to do, which is we're gonna head to the station. Later, loser. Uh-oh. Oh no, we already made it. That was a lot closer than I thought it was gonna be. God, the upgrades to the station designs look so cool. Like before they were all just like spheres with maybe some stuff tacked on, and they have seriously upgraded the look of them. See, look how big my ship is compared to a normal fighter. We got this guy. It's like a completely different configuration of Corvette. This is a good update. Alright, so where do we need to go? also, something that I found out the hard way. Wow, look at that. What a piece of junk. It's so fat. Oh my god. Oh, actually, let me do one thing really quickly just for my own sanity. And move these into the parts cache so that they're not taking up precious inventory space. I think that's all? Yeah, there you go. So yeah, they give you enough inventory space in the workshop that it doesn't become an issue storing all of it. And then yeah, what I was gonna say is you do not need to walk all the way there. You can take these teleporters and it'll take you to the station. You can see my ship is way down at the end there, which would have been a pain and a half to walk. Go up here, I need to grab my free suit upgrade. That's a cool suit. Nope. And then we need to go over to the station's core. Data loss, suppress anomalies, directive cleanse anomalies, directive target anomalies, imprint iteration signature. Anomaly definition 100% restored. And that is the first milestone logged. So that's two down. Two down tonight. So we completed the first category. We got all 7 of those done. We got 1 done in phase 3. So we did not find a lush planet to farm, to do some fishing on, but I'll figure that out at some point. We did find corrupted sentinels, which I was not expecting. And I didn't find a dissonant world. Oh no! 1 out of 3, so that the hexagonal planet does count as dissonant. So if I go back down there, I should be able to find 2 more creatures on there. And then that'll complete that objective. Nice. So yeah, each one just has an objective to find just continue on the path and find the rendezvous station, and then most of the remaining stuff is just like play the game. You know, do various objectives. So we'll need to find a deep space anomaly at some point, install an additional reactor on the Corvette. And then it looks like there are a couple of optional milestones if you want the extra challenge. So yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, you can see I have 1 done, 2 out of 7 here, 3 out of 7 here, 3 out of 7 here, and 3 out of 6. So I think that puts us over halfway. A little bit. We still got a few weeks left to complete this. So yeah, I'm really liking the Corvettes. Just building the Corvettes is a lot of fun. Coming up with different ideas or trying to model familiar designs from other sci-fi. I'm still not like 100% on the other gameplay in No Man's Sky. Like, it's not bad. I think there are some other games that do various aspects better, but I'm really interested and excited to see what the Corvettes, how they sort of tie everything together and sort of recontextualize the other gameplay loops. But with all of that said, it is right about time, I do believe, to wrap up the stream. I'm just gonna put on the lo-fi to play us out. We're gonna go find somebody that we can raid. Yes, 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 yes. Are you good? It seems to be struggling. One second. I'm gonna take us back to right page and close out No Man's Sky. I think it's demanding a lot of the beast. Right. There we go. We got our old drawing on the right, the freshly completed one on the left here. Progress. Progress. Alright. Thanks for No Man's Sky too. Thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Thank you for being here and chatting and chilling. It is very comforting to me because it means a lot that, you know, guys are having a good day, having a bad day, and you know, when you're having a good day, you want to spend some of it here, and when you're having a bad day, that you guys want to come here, that this is somewhere that you want to be. I don't know, that's just that it really means a lot to me. So thank you. Let's see. I think. Let's see. So Maya. Oh, I'm glad. It is a good place. It is a good place. Because we got our chums. We got our fellas. And we get to hang out. We get to make it something good. Something fun. Alright. What do we want to do tonight? Is Eve streaming? No. So Eve, Aiko, and Ivy are playing Night Rain together. Let's see. Eden's playing Expedition 33. Coco's playing Helldivers. Why don't we do that? Why don't we go say hi to Coco tonight? We'll sort of continue the sci-fi extravaganza, I suppose. That sounds like a pretty good time. And Coco's a sweetheart. We love Coco. What should our rate message tonight be? Yes! Friday! Friday. Hopefully Friday is not too crazy. I think we got a lot of the crazy done today. And hopefully tomorrow is just sort of wrapping everything up. And I hope everyone has a good, fun start to the weekend. Let's not do the whole like crash, burn, explode, tumble, discombobulate, and slide face first into the weekend. Let's stick the landing. That would be preferable. I never notice when people are streaming together, when they have like a collaborative stream, they have a little like blue and purple frame around them. That's cool. That's a cool little indicator. I like that. Alright. What are we gonna do for raid message tonight? I think we'll just do A comfy raid. We haven't done a comfy raid in a while. It's a simple little one. Alright. I'm gonna shut down YouTube and I'm gonna get the raid bus gassed up. Everybody get on board and say bye bye to YouTube.